knew they mattered, I think, is what was quintessential about the way in which she set about the role of being the head of the country alongside being the head of the state.
The other note that was struck in those lovely conversations that Romilly was having there was one of faith, of her visiting the Sikh gentleman who said she'd been to the Gurdwara and he had very close, affectionate memories of that moment.
It's a very, very important fact about her. We know that she, when she became queen, solemnly said that she did it in the name of God. Not that she had divine right, but that she was serving God and the people. And that was really serious for her. She was a devout Christian, but she reached out across to all other faiths. There was an event in 2011, major important event at Lambeth Palace. And she said there, made a speech which got a lot of attention. She said that she served Christian faith and all faiths, including those without faith. And a little while after that, a former dean of Westminster told me he was having a meeting with her, and he said how wonderful it was that she'd been so ecumenical, that she'd reached out to all these other faiths. And he said, and those with no faith. That was the key to her. Yeah. She embraced everyone regardless, and everyone could respect that. And yes, people could revere it, they could love it. Everyone had their own different feelings, and those will persist. There will be a sense of a vacuum. I think the vacuum will be filled very, very effectively in a different way, but I think there will be the feeling, what does happen now? I think that Sir John Major touched on that, but he also said that King Charles, as he now is, has been steeped in this, and that is undoubtedly the case. He is steeped in the role. He knows the history. He knows the job. And he cares passionately to do it as well and to step into those shoes effectively.
And it is worth noting too, Chris, be interested to get your insight in this, but we've had tributes from global religious leaders. We've had national religious figures, of course, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Cardinal Vincent Nichols of Westminster. We saw the Pope, yep. Chief Rabbi. She has standing amongst these global religious figures.
You can't imagine, can you? You cannot imagine any other individual who would have reaped these bouquets sent in honour and awe of her from all over the world. It's just, wouldn't have happened. It couldn't have happened, and it could not happen again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And similarly, politically, from prime ministers who support having the Queen as head of state, perhaps you could think of Justin Trudeau, to tributes from prime ministers who actually have been talking openly about replacing the Queen as head of state, like Anthony Albanese in Australia, like the Prime Minister of Jamaica, who, quite famously made William and Kate feel rather awkward on their visit to Jamaica recently. So, but still tributes for the Queen, for her as a person, those personal
And she, of course, was very relaxed about countries that wanted to become republics. And if you think, when she came to the throne, she was the queen of an empire. She was an imperial queen, and a lot of possessions. And then this huge change to independence in the countries that became the Commonwealth. Totally relaxed about whether or not, as head of the Commonwealth, the countries in the Commonwealth choose to have the Queen or the Sovereign, or King Charles, as their head of state. They're relaxed about that because they understand the world. They're not, they're not sort of in aspic saying, I want it to be like it was. She's never been like that, and he certainly isn't.
But I also think they can see the direction of travel. And, from everything we've been told about King Charles, he's also relaxed. For example, Jamaica want to become a republic, as Barbados did just, 18 months ago or so, were Australia. I mean, that would be a really big story were that to happen. But I think they can probably see the direction of travel, that is that countries will perhaps want to become republics and not have this British monarch in London as their head of state. That's something I think we will see in the coming years.
We're just looking at various images from around the castle. So just a brief thought, perhaps, from you, Chris. Behind these walls, behind the walls of Balmoral, that's Windsor obviously tonight, behind the walls of Balmoral, where we know the young princes were when the Queen had to comfort them in the loss of their mother, there is a private family coming to terms with private personal loss tonight?
Yes, now I think that is often something that we end up dissecting when we talk about the royal family. Yes, it's an institution of monarchy, but it also is a bunch of individuals who have those family relationships, some of which, as we've discussed many times in the studio, Julie, on News at 10, have had their strains, have had their ups and downs. As we speak tonight, however, all the Queen's children and 2 of her grandchildren are currently in Balmoral, where they are digesting, as we are as a nation, this monumental news about the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the end of this Elizabethan era.
Indeed, Chris. Thank you both for the moment. Let's return to Windsor and to Emily Morgan. And Emily, you were saying earlier how many people have gathered there in the gloom of the night and the rain.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it isn't raining now, thank goodness. It is just dark, but people are still coming. Usually on a Thursday night in Windsor, it is buzzing. People are out and about in the pubs. There are an awful lot of people out and about, but it is not buzzing. It is very quiet, very sombre. Those are the 2 words that really come to mind. And I think the feeling here is that the people of Windsor have lost one of their own. Someone who lived here amongst them. She was part of their community. She was really part of what Windsor is, the heart of Windsor. Now, there was a pile of flowers behind me. That has now been moved to the Long Walk, and that is where people are gathering this evening. Despite the time, despite the fact that it's dark, they are still coming, and there is a sea of flowers down there at the moment. The Victoria Memorial here, just at the end of this road, has also become a focus for people here in Windsor. They're laying flowers down there. There is a ring of...
just want to show me respect.
She will leave such a huge legacy, huge, something that hopefully my children will follow.
The new King, Charles III, is at Balmoral this evening, preparing to return to London tomorrow, ahead of his official proclamation at the dawn of a new reign.
This is ITV News at 10 with Julie Etchingham.
Good evening. It was only 2 days ago that the Queen was doing her duty, as she has done every day of her life for more than 70 years, presiding over the change of Prime Minister. It was the last act of devotion to her job, one final effort on behalf of her country and her people, as her strength faded and her life was drawing to a close. This evening it did, peacefully at the age of 96 at her Scottish retreat Balmoral, which she has treasured for its peace and privacy. Her son, Prince Charles, now King, was at Balmoral with her and is there tonight. So too were her other children, Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward. Her grandsons, Prince William and Prince Harry, arrived there too. In a statement, the new King Charles III said it was a moment of great sadness, losing a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. Well, that sadness has been shared outside those landmarks of the Queen's long life, like Buckingham Palace, and, of course, in ordinary homes the length of her United Kingdom. A place that has been so often the scene of national and royal celebration is tonight sombre at the loss of our longest-serving, longest-living monarch, the only one most of us can remember.
The nation, her nation, had been blessed with a few hours to prepare, but when the news signalled by the lowering of flags to half-mast finally came, we discovered we were not prepared at all. How can one be ready for the end of an era, the breaking of a thread that has run through the entirety of most people's lives? Crowds rushed to the palace to see the simple posting of an official notice on the gates. It said simply, "The Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon." And with that, the one universally admired constant in our nation's life was gone. The Queen's 2 elder children were in Scotland and with her at Balmoral. Prince William drove his uncles Andrew and Edward and the Countess of Wessex to join the family after a hurried flight north. Prince Harry too had rushed to Balmoral alone, and after the others he appeared visibly upset not to have reached his beloved grandmother before she died. As Princess Elizabeth, the Queen had promised on her 21st birthday that the whole of my life, whether it be long or short, shall be devoted to your service. A promise kept in full, as just 2 days ago, however frail she now appeared, she accepted the resignation of one Prime Minister and appointed another. The 15th of her long reign, and the one to whom now fell the task of speaking for the nation.
We are all devastated by the news that we have just heard from Balmoral. The death of Her Majesty the Queen is a huge shock to the nation and to the world. Queen Elizabeth II was the rock on which modern Britain was built. Today the crown passes, as it has done for more than 1,000 years, to our new monarch, our new head of state, His Majesty King Charles III. With the King's family, we mourn the loss of his mother, and as we mourn, we must come together as a people to support him. And with the passing of the second Elizabethan age, we usher in a new era in the magnificent history of our great country, exactly as Her Majesty would have wished, by saying the words, "God save the King."
His Majesty the King, who confirmed he will be known as Charles III, spoke both of his loss and his country's. The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all members of my family, he said in a statement. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother. I know her loss will be deeply felt throughout the country, the realms and the Commonwealth, and by countless people around the world. During this period of mourning and change, my family and I will be comforted and sustained by our knowledge of the respect and deep affection in which the Queen was so widely held. The Archbishop of Canterbury, the eighth to have led the church of which she was the head, said in a statement, "In losing our beloved Queen, we have lost the person whose steadfast loyalty, service and humility has helped us make sense of who we are through decades of extraordinary change." Many who wanted a focus for their grief gathered at the gates of Buckingham Palace, some weeping openly. London's black cab drivers lined the Mall in tribute and respect. There will be many days ahead in which those here in Edinburgh whose lives she touched, those who had the privilege of meeting her, those who felt they knew her as well as their own grandmother, even though they'd never met, will have their turn to honour her in books of condolence or as she lies in state. But for today, it's the simple act of placing flowers and watching the rainbows that arched briefly over both the palace and Windsor Castle at the moment her death was announced, and of quietly giving thanks for a life of supreme duty.
Well, we can take you straight to Balmoral now, and Emma is there for us this evening. Evening to you, Emma. Senior members of the royal family gathered there this afternoon. Of course, we know many still there tonight.
Indeed, this is, of course, a hugely significant moment of state, but for those gathered here at Balmoral, for the family, it is an intensely personal moment of very individual grief. We knew that the situation was changing quite dramatically during the course of the day when we started to hear that members of the royal family were coming, making this journey north to be here at Balmoral. Then Prince Charles and Camilla made the journey along with Princess Anne, Prince Andrew and Prince Edward and Sophie Wessex. Now, we also know that Prince William, now heir to the throne, came with his family, and also Prince Harry. He travelled alone and arrived shortly after the announcement had been made, looking visibly upset in the car. The Queen had come here in July. She loved this place. It has always been a real symbol of family and privacy for her. So it is perhaps incredibly fitting that these were where she lived out her final days. But of course, important to remember what a very difficult place this has been in the history of the royal family, particularly for William and Harry. This is where they were when their mother died. This is where the Queen comforted them. And this is where they will now try and find solace with their family as they deal with another very significant loss.
Emma, thank you. Well, across the UK, across the Commonwealth and across the world, to many millions of people, the Queen was the royal family. Not everyone is a monarchist, of course, but over the years, her popularity had, rather like the Queen herself, been constant and steady, despite of, or perhaps because of, everything her family has been through. So where admirers of hers gathered today, there was shock and a sense of loss. Because of that constant presence and her longevity, it was as if someone close to them had passed away. Hushed voices cracked and eyes were dabbed in the rain and in the fading light.
It's been the backdrop to so many celebrations of the Queen's life. And so, with news of her death, the crowds came to Buckingham Palace. God Save Our Queen, they sang, even after she'd gone, because despite knowing that this day would come, it felt impossible to take in.
She's the only constant we've all had in our lives. I just want to show me respect.
She will leave such a huge legacy, huge, something that hopefully my children will follow. I followed and my mother followed. I can't say anything more. She's just amazing.
Throughout the day, tourists and passers-by alike struggled to take in the news, shock turning to concern, and then simply sadness.
It makes me very emotional. She's just always been there for us.
She pledged her life, and she has stood by that very word.
She has. I didn't think I'd feel so sad personally. I had a little cry walking around the corner. Yeah.
That connection, so personal, for a monarch, but also a matriarch, as familiar as our own families. In Sandringham, it felt like losing a loved one, and so their thoughts were with those closest to her.
I feel for them. I've lost my nan and I've lost a granddad this year, so there's little kids Thursday. Yeah, I get how they feel.
We kind of expected, being 96 and having such an amazing life, that, you know, it was going to happen one day, wasn't it? But it's just a shock all of the same, isn't it?
It was, and in Windsor, where the Queen had shared her husband's last moments, they couldn't bear to let her go.
It is really sad.
That selfless service for decades is remarkable. Tough act to follow.
Heavy hearts under leaden skies for a loss that will be felt beyond these shores.
Oh, we love her. We're from the Caribbean, so we were British governed before we became independent. So we are sorry. Truly sorry.
As night fell, they braved the rain in Holyrood, Edinburgh, old and young alike.
Yeah, it's just, I will never see anything like this again happen, and it's just heartbreaking for everybody.
Yeah, it was like awful, obviously, when we heard that she wasn't well, and then obviously when she passed away as well, it was obviously very upsetting. But yeah, we just wanted to lay some flowers.
In the Minster at York, prayers for the Queen and her family. Tonight, a nation struggling to believe that its guiding light is gone.
And Chris, our royal editor, is here, and Rachel was reflecting it in that piece there. Chris, this very quiet spot, Balmoral, the shockwaves that have rippled out from there in the course of these last few hours, and it's hard to overstate, really.
Yeah, the shockwaves across this country and also across the world. And, you know, let's remember, Julie, that most people watching tonight, most people in this country do not remember, were not alive to see another monarch on the throne other than Queen Elizabeth II. And if we talk tonight about tributes from Joe Biden saying that she defined an era, to taxi drivers who on our programme tonight have been in tears on the Mall, listening to John Major talk about how she was a sort of a reservoir of experience that you just couldn't get from any other civil servant. Just tributes from absolutely everywhere. Of course, what happens now is the focus will turn to the events that are now being set in place. The Queen's coffin will remain at Balmoral Castle. It will be moved to the ballroom. And Julie, the ballroom is a place where the Queen used to throw the Gillies ball. She was the host. It was a place that she loved to be. But it will rest there so that members of staff on the estate at Balmoral can pay their own personal tribute. Remember, these are people who served the Queen, who knew her very well indeed. We're waiting now for the King. King Charles III has now been confirmed to sign off the events that will then follow. But the coffin is likely then to move to Edinburgh, to the Palace of Holyrood House. It is likely also to lie in rest at St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh before the move to London. And we are looking ahead now to a period of perhaps 10, 11, 12 days between the announcement of death today and the funeral, and those are significant moments for this country, and the eyes of the world will be on this country.
And not least in the Houses of Parliament tomorrow. We know we've had some indication of what is going to be happening there tomorrow too.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many changes, but one change is that MPs, not only tomorrow, will pay tribute to the Queen, looking back, of course, but then on Saturday there will be a special sitting so they can swear an oath of allegiance to the new King. And it is just an example of the set of changes, along with the national anthem and stamps and coins and everything else. But I think there is so much to come. But I think for the immediate term, we are focused on paying tribute to the woman who was our Queen for 70 years.
For the moment, Chris, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, Emily Morgan is at Windsor Castle, where the Queen left in July to start her summer break in Balmoral. And Emily, Windsor has always been very dear to the Queen, not least particularly in the last couple of years. Tonight, she must be in the thoughts of so many of those who live there and who are effectively her neighbours.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what has struck me tonight is the real sense of personal loss people feel here. I've been here all afternoon, even before the news of the Queen's death came. Residents were coming here, people who live here coming here, just I think really wanting to be close to where the Queen lived, hoping for an update. And of course at around 6:30, when that sad news came through, many more people started to gather, hundreds in fact. It wasn't buzzing, it was sombre, it was silent. A real silence descended on this town. Even now in the darkness, people are still coming to pay their respects, to lay flowers on the long walk. I think a lot of people want to just come to reflect on her life, to perhaps talk to each other, stand near each other, hold hands, and perhaps reflect on memories they might have of her. Of course, for them, she was a massive part of their community, a presence here, a permanent presence here in Windsor. It was her home, and for them, as you say, she was their neighbour, their friend, and quite simply the beating heart of Windsor.
Emily, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, from right around the world, as befitted her preeminent position on the international stage, the Queen has been remembered by global leaders past and present. Many she knew as friends. From the United States, President Biden called her a stateswoman of unmatched dignity and constancy.
Across the Commonwealth tonight, from the cities of Canada to the smallest Caribbean islands, it is a time of loss and of deep reflection. Justin Trudeau was close to tears as he outlined the extraordinary bond the Queen had forged with Canada.
As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last. I will so miss those chats. In a complicated world, her steady grace and resolve brought comfort and strength to us all. Canada is in mourning. She was one of my favorite people in the world, and I will miss her so.
In Washington, the flags over the White House have been lowered. And President Biden has spoken of the incomparable power of her example. The Queen had met 14 of the last 15 presidents. From Harry Truman in 1951, before she ascended to the throne, to Joe Biden last year. Her relationships forged a transatlantic bond, famously so with Ronald Reagan, as they rode around together outside of Windsor Castle.
No, this room is full of mirrors. Where would you like us?
And with the Obamas, who regarded their visits to see her as among the highlights of his presidency. Even with Donald Trump, despite this famous breach of protocol and his being perhaps a challenging guest, she charmed him over a banquet. And tonight he described the Queen as a grand and beautiful lady and said there was no one like her.
Well, Queen Elizabeth continues on the same scale as her tour of the Down Under continent goes into its 5th week.
As Australians and New Zealanders wake up to this news, some will recall the Queen's visits from the earliest years of her reign, recognising today the role she played and the continuity she offered.
This is a time of deep sadness. Young or old, there is no doubt that a chapter is closing today, and with that, we share our thanks for an incredible woman who we were lucky enough to call our Queen.
From the range and the depth of reaction internationally, it is clear the Queen was an inspiration not just to Britain or her realms or the Commonwealth, but to many other nations as well. One prominent American magazine has called her tonight Queen of the World, a modern global monarch. Throughout her reign, the Queen met not just our allies, but adversaries as well. This was her meeting with Vladimir Putin in 2002. And tonight the Kremlin extended what it called sincere sympathy and support to members of the royal family and all the people of Great Britain. The Queen will leave a void, one felt across the entire world.
Well, MPs were first told of doctors' concern about the Queen's health at lunchtime during the big political event of the new parliamentary term, the announcement of what Prime Minister Liz Truss had called the energy price guarantee. Suddenly, news from Balmoral, of course, overtook that. And this evening, as we heard, Ms Truss described the Queen as the rock on which modern Britain was built. And Robert joins us now from Downing Street tonight. What a 24 hours the new Prime Minister has had, Robert. And it was quite a moment when you could witness this news rippling around Westminster as it broke this lunchtime.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, what Liz Truss meant when she called her the rock on which modern Britain was built is that, you know, her 70-year reign as monarch has seen unprecedented prosperity and peace. But we do face dark times at the moment. The ghastly events in Ukraine, an economic crisis worse than any of us have experienced for, 20, 30 years, cost of living disaster that she was trying, Liz Truss, to help us with her energy price guarantee, £150 billion devoted to keeping costs down. Now, you could just see, however, when she was passed a note in the House of Commons while these measures were being debated, quite how shocked she was. I understand that at 4:30 this afternoon she was told that the monarch had died by her Cabinet Secretary Simon Case. There then followed hurried preparations before the announcement. Tonight, behind me, ministers have been meeting with representatives of the police and the palace to plan the events of the 10 days of mourning. Schools will stay open, but there will be no government business for those 10 days. And indeed, civil servants will be expected to dress in sombre clothes. I think one should not underestimate the significance of this for any of us. It's obviously an extraordinarily big moment for Liz Truss herself. She's only been Prime Minister for 2 days. And indeed, the way that the monarch, the late Queen Elizabeth, transferred power to Liz Truss and Boris Johnson 2 days ago simply shows the extraordinarily important role that Queen Elizabeth has played underpinning our parliamentary democracy. I am reminded by the events of today by, of course, the tragic event of the death of Princess Diana in the summer of 1997. Now, that was 4 months after Tony Blair became Prime Minister, and many would say that his reputation was very much determined by the way that he responded to that particular tragedy. And Liz Truss also knows, as head of government, not head of state now is King Charles III, she will know that so much about the way that our country sees her will depend on how she now, Liz Truss, leads the nation in this dark hour.
Robert, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, just a short distance away from Robert, Romilly is outside Buckingham Palace, where crowds have been gathering since lunchtime when doctors' concern about the Queen's health was first made public. And you've been hearing so many people's memories and reflections there, Romilly.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Julia. I just want to show you the scene behind me here where, despite the dark and despite the fact that it has been raining here for many hours now, people are still gathering here, coming with their flowers and their umbrellas to pay their respects. If we walk around here, you can see at the base of the monument, Queen Victoria's monument, people are standing up there with their phones, looking at Buckingham Palace, where of course the Union flag is flying at half-mast. And over here, the lights, the gazebos of all the international broadcasters, because of course this is a global event. She might have been our Queen, but she was also known around the world just as the Queen. And I was here earlier in the afternoon before people had heard the news, and in fact at the moment that the crowd realised that something significant had happened, it was actually before any announcement had been heard. It was when people in the crowd turned, saw the flag being lowered to half-mast, and then suddenly everybody turned. A hush fell over the crowd and people just stared up at the sky above Buckingham Palace. And there has been a great deal of emotion here as well. Everybody I've spoken to has said that they wanted to come here, that they wanted to express their gratitude, their thanks to the Queen for her service to the nation. King Charles said that the family would be comforted by the knowledge of the deep affection with which the Queen was held. And my goodness, you felt it here tonight in spades.
Indeed. Romilly, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, during the 96 years of her life, Britain has changed out of all recognition. Imperceptibly, the Queen has adapted and changed her public role while remaining a very private person. Never once did she give an interview, and yet millions of people felt like they knew her. She grew up when horses and carts were still on the streets, yet the Queen became the most travelled of any head of state. When she was born, she was never meant to be a monarch, and yet she became the greatest example of what that position means.
It was a different world. Mayfair, London, 1926. The Queen was born in a house, not a palace, 17 Bruton Street, the home of her mother's parents. As the oldest daughter of the King's second son, Princess Elizabeth was on the periphery of the monarchy. During a peaceful childhood, she played happily with her younger sister Margaret Rose. But then came the sudden coronation of her father George VI after the abdication of his brother. It was an act that would change the course of her life. At the age of 10, she was now next in line to the throne.
Bombers continue to strike in many parts of London as well as other cities and towns.
Soon the world around her shifted too. The shadow of World War II that hung over the nation became her first test of duty. She spent those years not just as a royal, but as a driver and mechanic, hands-on from the very start. But it was the post-war years that were perhaps the most carefree.
Are here seen enjoying deck games in company with a number of midshipmen.
It was a playful princess who travelled on board HMS Vanguard on a tour of South Africa. And it was there, on her 21st birthday, that she made a speech that would... By then, she had already met the man she would share that life with. Her wedding to Prince Philip in 1947 lit up a post-war Britain still mired in rations and ruins. They made a modern, glamorous couple.
Now the Duke of Edinburgh takes a fatherly hand.
There was Charles, then Anne. Then, 18 months later, everything changed. In February 1952, 6 days after waving farewell to his daughter, who was flying to Kenya, King George VI died. Thousands of miles away, Princess Elizabeth didn't know it at first, but she was now Queen. Her coronation on the 2nd of June 1953 would mark the start of the second Elizabethan era that would endure long into a new millennium, as she would become the country's longest ever reigning monarch. The Queen's royal tours took her to more than 100 countries as she became an icon for Britain around the world. She gave royal assent to laws, opened Parliament and bestowed honours. Andrew and Edward arrived in the 1960s, completing her family. The Queen's eldest son, Charles, married Lady Diana Spencer in 1981. It seemed like a fairy tale romance in which the whole country could share. But it was not to be. Tough times lay ahead. As Charles and Diana split, so did Prince Andrew's marriage to Sarah Ferguson. And there was a huge fire at Windsor Castle.
1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. It has turned out to be an annus horribilis.
But that storm was not to be the most severe to hit the royal family. Grief overwhelmed the country when Princess Diana died. The Queen kept her grandsons away from the public gaze at Balmoral, but the mood turned to anger as people demanded a response. 5 days later, she returned to Buckingham Palace and delivered a tribute live on television, finding the words that restored her place in the nation's heart.
She was an exceptional and gifted human being. I admired and respected her for her energy and commitment to others, and especially for her devotion to her 2 boys.
As they grew, those 2 boys remained at the heart of the monarchy. William's marriage to Kate in 2011 brought new heights of popularity for the royals.
Good evening, Mr. Bond.
And then came 2012, 2 decades after the Queen's annus horribilis, a year that cheered the nation. London hosted the Olympics, when the Queen's sense of humour came to the fore. And even pouring rain didn't stop the celebrations at the Diamond Jubilee. Now great-grandmother in her own family, the Queen had become a matriarch for the nation. Harry's marriage to Meghan brought a smile to the nation, but masked the couple's personal unhappiness. They brought their first child, Archie, to Windsor Castle, but left Britain 6 months later, a very public and painful parting of ways. And then there was Andrew, a son she loved so dearly, but whose reputation she could not protect. The Queen couldn't allow the wider monarchy to be damaged by serious allegations, and she relieved him of his royal duties. When it was dark times for the country again, as COVID brought life to a halt, the Queen once again had the words that the nation needed to hear.
Better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again.
She and Prince Philip spent lockdown at Windsor Castle, where they celebrated their 73rd anniversary together. It was their last. The image of the Queen sitting alone at her husband's funeral encapsulated a country's suffering and hers too. She made this tribute to Prince Philip at Christmas.
That mischievous, inquiring twinkle was as bright at the end as when I first set eyes on him.
Her Majesty's final year, 2022, brought more national celebration as the Platinum Jubilee lit up the nation. A by now frailer Queen wasn't able to attend a concert outside Buckingham Palace, but inside, her humour remained.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
Yes.
As a young Princess Elizabeth had promised, her life was always devoted to duty, at home and abroad, earning Her Majesty the Queen the respect and affection of the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth and the world.
The most extraordinary life of duty. Well, we can reflect on that now. I'm joined from outside Buckingham Palace by Simon Lewis. He was Director of Communications at the Palace in the late 90s. Simon, thanks very much indeed for joining us. You worked very closely alongside the Queen, of course. Your personal reflections tonight?
Well, first of all, it's a tremendously sad day for everyone, and it's a terribly sad day for His Majesty the King and the royal family and the whole country. I was coming back on a plane this afternoon, and as the plane landed, the pilot told us the terribly sad news, and there was an audible groan from the plane, and this was an international group of people. So I think it's palpable. And I'm here at Buckingham Palace, as you know, and you can just feel the sense of sadness and the sense of a passing of a historic moment.
You must have many personal memories tonight as you watch those gathering behind you, Simon.
Well, I walked through the Privy Purse gates in 1998 and had my office just behind me. And yes, the personal memories of an incredibly impressive monarch, someone who was pragmatic, someone who had a great sense of humour, someone who took advice very well. When I was there were some very big events. There was the Millennium event, there was devolution. There were very significant challenges around the institution. The Queen was absolutely rock-like and steadfast. And I think that's been the defining feature, not just the period I was working for the Queen, but throughout her reign, to be steadfast and rock-like. And that sense of the core values of duty, of responsibility, of understanding the heartbeat of the nation. And those 2 years I worked at the Palace, I saw that at first hand, and also how enormously hard the Queen worked. I mean, the red boxes that one reads about come in and out of the Palace, and they will do so for His Majesty the King as well. And this is something that is part of the daily life of a monarch.
You did have to assist in helping the monarchy adapt and change at that very critical moment in 1998, Simon, of course. It was a very difficult time, wasn't it, in the wake of the death of Princess Diana. We know, of course, that the late Duke, helped enormously in that. But here is a Queen who, yes, was steadfast and had a constancy, but had to be adaptable too.
Yes, and of course they were a great team, and that was a defining feature of her reign up until very recently. I think the Queen always understood the country and where it was going, and I think one of the amazingly impressive achievements is the Queen was always sort of in step and slightly ahead of where the country was, and so the changes that she made both to Buckingham Palace and the way she did things were almost imperceptible. But actually when we look back, and it's been very interesting listening to some of the coverage tonight, you can see that the Queen changed in line with the country. And I also felt that she could see, as could other members of the royal family, at crucial moments it was necessary to adapt. And that period when I was at the Palace was certainly one of them. But it was never major change, it was adaptation, which of course is what an institution should be about.
You will know intimately, of course, how many years plans like the ones that we're seeing unfold now, today and in the coming days have been in place. it's hard to sort of overstate what a challenge it is for those who are working behind the scenes to make sure that King Charles III arrives smoothly back to London tomorrow, as we understand he will be, and that the following few days pass smoothly and evenly for the country as it feels itself rocked on its heels.
Well, King Charles is the best prepared monarch in history, and that's hugely important. And of course, over the recent period, we've seen effectively a transfer of certain powers which has been carefully planned. And yes, you're right, huge amounts of planning has gone into this moment, this day. Obviously, the emotional side of it, you can never anticipate. After all, this is a family, a grieving family, as well as an institution in change. But the meticulous planning, the way that his advisors would have thought about the next few days, the fact that it's all kind of happening as we sort of stand here and think about what's happening over the next few days, it has been very meticulous. And I think the royal family have always been very pragmatic about knowing there will come a moment when each of them will have to sort of agree the plans that will lead to where we are today.
And what is your fondest memory of the Queen tonight, Simon? You must be reflecting on so many experiences with the royal family.
Well, two very quick ones. When I was appointed, the Queen and the Duke very kindly invited me up to Balmoral to spend a few days with them. On the first night we went out for one of the famous barbecues, but I hadn't realised that I actually was asked to drive the Queen herself in one of her Range Rovers, and I was slightly nervous, I have to say, about driving the Queen on my own to this occasion. And the other one was presenting a plan to the Queen for a particular event, which I thought had been very well put together, quite sort of a big event. And she paused and she said, "I don't think so, Simon, that's far too grand for us." So I think that sense of humour and that ability to understand there were certain occasions where, you know, her instincts would take over. But no, a terribly, terribly sad day and a momentous day for the country and for the institution.
Indeed. Well, thank you for sharing those with us, Simon, and thank you for joining us on Music 10 tonight. Thank you. Well, the new king has had a lifetime of preparation, of course. Unlike his mother, who was not first in line to the throne when she was born, Charles has always known when he was a young man, outwardly, modern life seemed to be passing him by. But the causes he championed and the campaigns he founded proved him to be future-focused and, if anything, ahead of his time.
When you succeed the longest reigning monarch in British history, you are likely to have served a long apprenticeship. 7 decades as first in line, heir apparent since the age of just 3. We should have a good idea of what kind of king Charles is going to be. But do we?
My lords, pray be seated.
As he said emphatically to a television interviewer in 2018, Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, may be very different to King Charles III.
I'm not that stupid. I do realise that it is a separate exercise being sovereign. The idea somehow that I'm going to go on exactly the same way if I have to succeed is complete nonsense, because the two situations are completely different.
It is no mere figure of speech to say Charles learned the job at his mother's knee. Since he was a toddler, there was never a moment in his childhood or adolescence when he wasn't a heartbeat from the throne. Unlike his own son, there was no carefree years to build slowly towards the responsibilities of office. Aged 9, he was both playing on dodgems and being created Prince of Wales. Invested at Carnarvon Castle at just 20, aware even then that just being himself was not an option.
At one time, you were reputed to be a very shy boy. Do you now find it much easier?
I think I do find it easier a bit, yes. I'm still fairly shy. I think one has to conquer this. You know, it's just one of those things that comes as you grow older. I don't, I think, make friends all that easily. Perhaps, you know, the position one is in builds up a little bit of a barrier. But I find now that I am making more friends, I think, yes.
A successful military career, first as a pilot in the RAF, then the Royal Navy, ending as commander of a minesweeper, gave little indication of what was to lie ahead. because it soon became apparent that royal restraint on expressing any public opinion on anything was not going to be his style. First in his sights was modern architecture in general, the extension of the National Gallery in particular.
What is proposed seems to me like a monstrous carbuncle on the face of a much-loved and elegant friend.
He went further. Modern architects had done more damage to London than the Luftwaffe, he declared, and that was just the start. The man who's now the head of the Church of England said he wanted to change the title, first adopted by Henry VIII, of Defender of the Faith. He said he would be Defender of Faith, to include other religions in multicultural Britain.
All I have ever wanted to do, basically, is to help build bridges that could span these chasms and reunite us with the patterns of divine harmony in our souls and within the world.
It now seems he will, after all, use the original title, but the belief that his role goes beyond the Church of England to incorporate all faith is still strongly held. As he sought to define his role as Prince of Wales, Charles realised he could use his privilege to help those in need. He often went out of the way for those who were hard up, and he used his Navy severance pay to set up the Prince's Trust, encouraging young people to further their careers.
Part of my cunning plan has really been to invest in the future, in the lives and the abilities and the talents and the potential of so many young people. And now, you see, we have a growing number of remarkable young ambassadors.
The writing of dozens of letters to ministers on matters that concerned him was controversial, though hardly improper. But now that he is king, there may be no more of what he himself called meddling. The one exception might be the environment. If any issue defined his long wait for the throne, it has been his passionate campaigning on environmental issues.
I know you all carry a heavy burden on your shoulders, and you do not need me to tell you that the eyes and hopes of the world are upon you, to act with all dispatch and decisively, because time has quite literally run out.
He was early to the debate about genetically modified foods, organic farming, improved land use and sustainability. A contribution generously acknowledged by President Biden at COP26 in Glasgow.
You need you badly.
Oh, you're very kind.
No, not just saying it.
Yeah.
The whole thing going. That's how it all started.
Even as he took on more responsibility from his mother, he didn't shrink from high-profile environmental tours, whether with penguins in the South Atlantic, releasing turtles onto a beach in Malta, or feeding endangered orangutans in Borneo. In this, the prince could be said to have caught the spirit of the age and been at the forefront of a movement whose reach and urgency have only increased. Such activism and meetings with activists like Greta Thunberg may now be toned down, but are unlikely to go away. However he plays it from now on, King Charles ascends to the throne in partnership with the woman long considered to have been the love of his life. Camilla is now Queen Consort, a title confirmed by her mother-in-law during the Platinum Jubilee, resolving the long-held issue on how she should be known. It is easy to forget how close his love for her came to undermining the monarchy and thus the succession. The playboy prince who was persuaded, or perhaps persuaded himself, into what seemed the perfect fairy tale marriage to the young Lady Diana Spencer. But fairy tale it was not, and as it broke down, the confession of adultery by the heir to the throne took the monarchy to a new low.
Did you try to be faithful and honourable to your wife when you took on the vow of marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
And you were?
Yes. until it became irretrievably broken down.
After the couple divorced, he needed to redefine his role. But that process was barely underway when Princess Diana was killed in a car crash in Paris. The repercussions of her death were profound. His sensitive, sympathetic response and the love and care he so visibly gave to their two sons brought public opinion back on his side. And with time and great tact, gained acceptance for his choice of partner and ultimately wife. They will reign together.
Any chance of any slowing down at all?
Well, I don't know. You may see it slowly but surely.
Managing the family and all its dramas is another part of his inheritance, whether it's his brother Andrew with his reputation in tatters, or the relationship between the next generation of brothers, in particular keeping Prince Harry from drifting further away from his British family. It will require more of the tact and diplomacy of which the Queen had seemingly inexhaustible supplies. The new patriarch at the head of a multi-generational House of Windsor may find family one of his toughest assignments. The monarchy will look and feel very different, but the new king's greatest concern will not be the look or the style or the manner. It will be continuity.
John Ray there. Well, the reign of the new King Charles began the moment his mother died today. He'd already decided to rule in his own name, Charles, as his mother had ruled using hers. So King Charles III he will be, but as centuries of ceremony dictate, the official proclamation when his name is publicly read out will take place on Saturday in a series of events that begin in London. And Paul Brand is at St James's Palace where the first proclamation will take place. Paul.
Yeah, Julie, as you say, Charles will return to London as king, but it is here that will be officially proclaimed in a ceremony on Saturday. And not since 1952, of course, have the heralds, as they're known, walked out onto the balcony here to sound their trumpets and announce the accession of a new monarch. St James's Palace is often overlooked by the tourists as they stream past here down to Buckingham Palace, but this is actually the constitutional heart of our nation. It's still the home of the royal court, and it's here on Saturday that the Accession Council will meet. That council is made up of around 200 or so privy councillors, representatives from the realms, the archbishops of York and Canterbury, and the ceremony takes place in two parts. Firstly, they meet on their own without the king, where they proclaim him sovereign, and then secondly, King Charles is invited in to make his own declaration in their company, swearing an oath both to the Constitution and also to the Church of Scotland. An oath to the Church of England comes later in the following days. We think this may well be the first proclamation to be televised on Saturday. The details are still being confirmed at the moment. Whether or not it takes that modern twist, on Saturday King Charles will continue centuries of tradition when he is proclaimed sovereign here.
Paul, thank you very much indeed for that. Well, joining me now in the studio is Catherine Mayer, a biographer of the man we must now get used to calling King Charles. Catherine, thank you very much indeed for coming to talk to us this evening. You had extraordinary access to Prince Charles when you were writing your book. You sort of tailed him through his, favourite properties and interesting parts of his life. What are your reflections tonight and anticipations of all that he's got to navigate?
Well, my first reaction is one of sympathy and sorrow, because this has been such a difficult thing for him to grow up knowing that the only way that he can fulfill what he sees as his destiny is to do so at the expense of seeing his mother die. And it's immensely cruel. And what's been going on today also emphasises that strange clash between them being a private family of human beings and then having this public significance. So it feels at times very intrusive. But on the other hand, he has been waiting for this moment. He's been preparing for this moment. As the film showed, he has a lot of ideas about how the world should be and definitely where a king fits in that world. So I think this will be a very considered reign, but it will be it couldn't be more different from his mother. Just the age he is, the amount of hinterland he already has, the numbers of opinions that he's expressed, and the things he feels passionate about.
Yeah, I suppose that is the absolute core difference, isn't it? When the young Princess Elizabeth became Queen, she had her whole life ahead of her. We saw her grow as a Queen, and she grew into that role with the assistance of so many around her. And yet, it's been a completely different experience for Prince Charles, hasn't it? We've seen him grow up as the Prince of Wales.
Well, and she came from the silent generation, and she was in an age where, pre-social media, much more deferential press, all of this. So he has also, in growing up and being a very expressive Prince of Wales, navigated and sometimes failed to navigate that changing world that she has been able to avoid engaging with by being this figurehead, but a silent figurehead. And so now he comes to the throne with his views known, with these new priorities for kingship, and he does want to do it differently. He's always wanted to do it differently.
And in what regard do you think he will do this differently?
I saw that on a tour in Canada, which of course he is now head of state of all the realms, and he showcased the ways in which his initiatives might also feed into kingship. So he is at a distance to them now, but you talked about his environmentalism. That will be part of something that he wishes to elevate, even if he does it in a different way.
It'll be fascinating to see as it unfolds, won't it, in the coming days and the months ahead. Catherine, thank you very much indeed for your insight. And alongside Catherine, as he has been all evening and throughout the day, Chris, I suppose as the day nears its close, your reflections on this moment in history.
I've been reminded time and again today, Julie, of the Queen's own words in 1947 when she famously said, my whole life, be it long or short, shall be devoted to your service. In the end, it was a long life, a very long life. It ended today at age 96 in Balmoral. And the Queen's coffin will remain there before being moved, we think, to Edinburgh for a lying in rest, then to London for a lying in state, then a state funeral when the eyes of the world and many, many world leaders will be on this country and on our capital before we expect her final resting place to be at Windsor in the same chapel as her mother and father. As for her son, as for King Charles, if you've just been discussing, he and the Queen Consort are likely to come to London tomorrow, and then he will, of course, enter Buckingham Palace for the first time as king. And what a moment that will be. I think we can talk about a great change we're experiencing at the moment.
And very many days ahead now of ceremony and private and public moments for this family.
Yes, this is a time of great political change and a time of great uncertainty, I think, both at home and abroad at the moment, the passing of a very much loved and respected monarch. But as the King himself said today, he is comforted and sustained by the respect and affection that the whole world holds for his mother. Perhaps he would have heard the emotional tribute from Justin Trudeau of Canada when he said, she was one of my favourite people in the world, and I think many people tonight might just identify with that sentiment as well.
Indeed, Chris. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the Queen's death is commemorated across all of tomorrow's front pages, as you might expect. The Times shows the Queen at her coronation and captions the picture, "A life in service." The Telegraph uses the words the Queen herself quoted in a message to the families of the victims of the 9/11 attacks. "Grief is the price we pay for love." The Mirror says simply, "Thank you," beside a portrait of the Queen. The Daily Record shows an even more regal portrait with no words necessary, just the dates of her birth and death. The Sun's front page pays its tribute with the words, "We loved you, Mum." And perhaps the last word or last image should go to the Racing Post, well known as one of the Queen's favourite reads. And that is where our news coverage for tonight comes to an end. In a moment, a special documentary, Queen Elizabeth II, is coming up on ITV, looking back on what was a simply unique life. As a young queen, she relied on the advice of others. She soon became the matriarch and monarch others turned to. Her personal charisma was said to have come from the charm of her mother and the shyness of her father, but there was an inner toughness too. Through good times and bad, she held firm to the age-old royal mantra, never complain, never explain. From the wireless to the age of WhatsApp, the Queen had seen and heard it all and done quite a bit of it too. She was the never-changing but ever-evolving monarch, respected and, it is fair to say, loved right around the world. Tonight, Buckingham Palace is the focal point for that love, that respect, and it will be for the days ahead. Fluttering in the darkness, the Union flag hangs at half-mast. At Windsor, those who've come to lay flowers outside the castle know that even in a century of centuries, the world will never see her like again. From all of us here, good night.